Hey, what's up everyone? Oh, forgot the waveform visualizer was on the screen. Okay, so, hey, today I'm going to be creating some software. So, I've decided that I need some case management software. So, we're going to create some case management software in Windows using Visual Studio, and I'm really interested in doing this little project because I think I'm going to need case management software to deal with these cases that I'm going to be filing. So I figured, well, let's teach some people some interesting stuff. So we're going to be creating a Windows form application in .NET, and we call it CaseNet. Net 6, Net 8, Net 9. We'll use Net.80 long-term support. Create a project. Okay. Okay. So let's get my UI set up. Alright. So we want to put this on this side, Solution Explorer. We want our properties window down here. No, we want it down here at the bottom, down here. So we can control the properties. It's going to be called CaseNet. Let's okay. So first we want to build the UI. Right. So we want to build all the create all the files that's needed. So let's, where is it? Add new item. Okay, and that'll be case library.db for the database. Add a folder. We'll call that attachments, and that's where we'll put the encrypted files. Add folder models. That'll be for like case records. So new item, case record, CS, and we'll need add new item, attachment record, CS. Alright, services. And in there we want some classes. So we want DB service, add new class. I'll just go add new item, crypto service. This allows us to encrypt files. Attachment service. This allows us to grab any attachments, etc. New item. Export service. This will allow us to export any files. Forms. So we'll add a new folder. Forms. And we should be able to just snap forms, adjust namespace. Yep, there we go. All right, so we'll call this main form. Yep, we'll add a new form. So what we'll do is we'll add form. That'll be case editor form.cs, and we'll add another form which will be attachment manager form.cs. Alright, so we have 3 forms. Attachment record, case record, attachment services, and we have the program CS. Okay, so right. Ooh. Sorry. Give me a second. Oh, bloody hell, I fell over. Not good. Right. So, back to work. Okay, so we're going to define the key security decision. Okay. Okay, so we're going to be using a dummy key for development mode, so we can focus on creating the features for the software, and then we will switch it to a passphrase with multiple levels of encryption, and it'll be locked to the user only. That tastes nice, that. Hazelnut flavoured hot chocolate. New invention. quite lovely. And good morning to anybody out there. Welcome to the King's live stream. We're going to be doing some software development. We're going to be creating a legal case management software system because, you know, why not? Why not demonstrate my technological capabilities? Since I'm going to be needing stuff like this for the future. So, especially considering I'm going to have to be dealing with cases later on. So, why not? Why not? Okay. So first let's get into the crypto. Let's look at making this. Right, so oh yeah, let's make sure my Windows suppression, yeah, okay, so that's good. Right, in crypto service we need to add a switch. So we need to define a switch in the software that allows us to select between different encryption methods. So we need a public static bool. A bool is a switch. So use master password equals false for now, because we're not using the master password for now. We're just using a dev key for development purposes. Okay, and we will use a 32-byte placeholder key for now. Namespace cannot directly contain numbers such. Oh, right, okay. So we have to set that as null. Oh, is that outside the namespace? Namespace cannot directly contain numbers such as methods, fields, or statements. What? Oh, okay. So we'll give it a struct. So we'll give it a struct, we'll call it security switch, and in there, security switch will define, oh, what's that? Oh, no, we don't need that there, we just need it in there. Right. Oops. That way, we can just go casenet services.security switch, and then we can grab the bool. So we can do like security switch, and then that needs to be a public static struct. Oh, public struct. Then we can go. Save that. It needs to be a public class. And then we can go. And what we can do here is we can go security switch, define that as a security switch there, and then we can go security switch I think they've changed quite a lot in Net 8. That's weird. Because in the old way, you could just create a strut and then call it, and then you could just grab the bool. That's weird. SW equals new security switch. There we go. And then we can go SW. Weird. Weird. Unless it's... That's strange, unless... That's weird. Because usually you should be able to do that, and then you could do that. And then you could do that. But it's not, it's a get and a set, right? So if we scroll up, where is it, the one, the get and set function, right, there we go. So public and then we go like that. Then we go get set. Then we should be able to go security switch. Services dot security switch. Oh, I'm using the strut in the wrong way. What a melon. No, you don't do it like that. But we'll keep a strut there anyway, because we can use that for other stuff. So okay, false. Let's go back down. So we might wanna where are we? Right. So that defines the, if we're using the master password. Now we need a private static byte, which gives us a byte array, hard coded dev key equals encoding UTF-8 dot get bytes. I'm going to do that. And what we'll do is we'll create a string. Encryption dev key. Define a dev key here. So dev key. So it's just a placeholder encryption key. We can just make from a string, and then we will put that encryption dev key. So we'll call that static string. Okay, Okay, and we will make that internal because we don't want it accessible from outside the constructors. Can everybody see the code screen? If not, If not, I will increase the size of the screen so you can see better. There we go, let's go full screen. There we go. And I will zoom in so we can see better. Okay. So. Mode switch. Mode. Hard-coded AES key. Some dummy key for development and production mode. Use user linked sorted passphrase key linked to online database. So that's the idea, is to use a hard-coded AES encryption key using a dummy key for the development, and for production mode the intention is to use a user-linked sorted passphrase key, which part of the key is retrieved from an online database, which means ultimately that even if somebody wants to try and break into the software, they still wouldn't be able to log in without the salt, and the salt will be from a different part obtained from over the internet. I mean, it's an interesting idea, but that'll be later on down the line. But for development, we will use local linked user access. Okay. Okay, so we've got that. So we've got the user master password, bool, internal static string encryption key, static byte, hard-coded dev key. Right. So runtime master key set when login / passphrase is entered. See, I have to do different things because if I don't, my brain will go stale with information and knowledge. So it's going to be done. It's going to be done. Going to be done. Maybe I should turn the volume up as well. That might help. Yeah. Gain. Have we turned that up? Is that up? Oh, is that quiet? That's quiet. That's up. Yeah. There we go. Oh, that might be helpful. Bring the microphone bloody closer to you, and you might actually fucking get somewhere. Oops. There we go. Okay. So when we set the runtime master key, I'll set that with a private static byte question mark variable master key equals null. Derive the key from passphrase And for this, we will be using PBKDF, HMAC, and SHA 512 encryption. Secure for production. Yes. Okay, so public static void set master password string passphrase. Oops. Create a byte, salt equals, right, so we'll create a static string here for now. We'll call it salt equals encoding utf8.get bytes x salt. So we can't have a static string inside of a static void. Right. So using var derive key equals new RFC derive bytes. Also we'll use the passphrase. Salt, and we do 100 underscore 100, and hash algorithm, hash algorithm dot SHA. That's algorithm name dot SHA 512. Okay, so that should cover deriving the key. Then we go master key equals derive key dot get bytes 32, and that gives us the AES.256 encryption key. Now what we want to do is we want to create the next function which gets the encryption key. So that'll be a public static byte get key, call it get encryption key, and we want a return use master password switch. So in a case, and what we want, true when master key is not equal to null, then we will get the master key. also true when the master key is equal to null. So if it's empty, we'll throw new exception. Throw a new exception. It's not been set. So it'll notify us if the master key has not been set, and else we will return the encryption dev key. Right. Oh. Nope. That should be, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, the hard-coded dev key. So that should be the hard-coded dev key. All right. Okay. So. So that covers that function. Next we want the encryption function. We use this to encrypt the file. Encrypt the file. Return encrypted output and give us the IV. So public static void encrypt file. By the way, I'm showing you how you can encrypt files here as well at the same time. So okay, so encrypt file. Let's give us that, and then we'll do that. Right, so in the constructor, what we want to pass through that is we need a string, which will be the input file. String output file, and out string IV base 64. So that gives us a 64-bit encryption key. Sorry, encryption key. Yeah. So what we want to do here now is we want to create a byte. Call it key equals get encryption key, and then using AES equals new AES. Oops. Oh. So it'll be AES, and we'll give it a name. We'll call it XAES equals AES.create, and then we'll do XAES.key equals key. Oh. Enc key is encryption key. Then we want to do XAES.generate IV, and then IV base 64 equals base 64 string encryption key. No, sorry, wrong one. That'll be XAS dot IV. Then we want to do using file system. Oops. Using file system. Sorry, file stream. Out equals new file stream output file, and then file mode dot create. Then using crypto stream equals new crypto stream. Then we'll do file system out XAES dot create create encryptor, and then crypto stream mode dot write. Oops, daisies. Need to be able to see all my code. And then using file stream fsin equals new file stream input file, and file mode dot open. Oops. So what this does is this allows us to encrypt the file using the input file, output file, and it creates as a IV based 64 encryption string. We use the get encryption key function that we just created to encrypt any input file that we put in using the encryption parameters, and we are then able to write that encrypted file to the local system storage, and then we're also able to prevent access to it without the encryption keys, which basically makes the software completely, the files completely encrypted and unable to be read by anybody. So for example, if say the files were encrypted and then put on a flash drive and then brought to another location, they would not be able to be opened or read unless they had the decryption key and the salt and the key. Quite simple, but very pragmatic and usable. So that's our encryption function and logic. So what we want to make now in this is we want to create the decryption function as well. Now obviously when I've finished developing this, I'll be changing the dummy keys and master keys and stuff like that, but for education purposes we're using dummy keys just to demonstrate how it would work. Okay, so public static void decrypt file. Especially in this age where security is the government is trying to damage people's ability to secure things. I think it's important that people learn how to encrypt their own files and software and tools so that they can protect themselves, you know, in the future. Oops, I just spilled some. Oh, no, oops. I just spilled brew on my hands. Smelly air freshener going in. Here we go. Right. So let's make the decryption function now. So string input file again. String output file. And string IV base 64. Now the base 64 key is what will be required to encrypt and decrypt, and without that you won't get access to any of your data. So it's virtually the same as before, so it's quite literally the same function, just arranged differently. So we'll do a byte, oops, enc key equals get encryption key, and then we'll do the same. And so we can copy these two from up here, so we can pop them there. And instead of generate IV, what we want to do now is we want to go xaes dot IV equals convert from base 64 string, and then in the string we want to import the IV base 64. This is a pretty simple function. It's not too elegant or extravagant. It's just to give you some rough idea on how to use encryption and stuff like that. Obviously this won't be the production standard that I'll be using, but it's just an idea. I've used harder levels of encryption for files I've sent places, so I do have my own micro file encryptor and decryptor for encrypting things in an ENC file. Quite literally, I can encrypt a PDF with a password, and then I can then double encrypt the file itself, so even if you break the core encryption and expose the file, you still have to crack the internal passcode file encryption as well. That's how autistic brains think. I like this. I like encryption in terms of double, in what I would call a double layer encapsulation, is what I would call it. So where you can double encapsulate encryption on a file, and it makes it twice as hard to brute force or bypass. And you can use anything to encrypt it with. And I might do a competition one day to see if somebody could actually try and break my encryption methods, just to see how robust my choice of encryption methods are. Just for the sheer fun of it, really. Right. So now that we've put the IV conversion, we now want to do the same thing with the file stream. So we'll take these, we can copy these, we can put these there, because it'll be the same thing. So, but in this time, instead of create encryptor, we will change that to create decryptor. Okay, and then we will go fs in copy to cs, oops, underscore cs. There we go, and that completes the decryption function. So next is a optional byte encryption for encrypting the byte arrays as well, so we can encrypt on a sub encryption level. So this is for encrypt and decrypt byte array protection. Double layer encapsulation encryption method patent pending. So we'll use a public static byte encrypt bytes, and then we'll input the byte data out string IV base 64. Right, and then it's the same method. Byte key equals get encryption key. And then we can copy this as well. Okay, getting encryption key. And that'll be. So what we can do is we can copy these, paste them there. And then this time we're using memory streams, so we'll do a try-catch block here, because whenever you're doing anything in memory, you should always use a try-catch block to catch any exceptions. Alright, and then that'll be throw new exception ex.message. So we'll go with that. Error. Unable to encrypt byte array, and then we'll output the encryption message in the new exception. Right. Robust error handling is always important. when it comes to creating functions that are working in memory, so you can pinpoint exactly where things go wrong if things go wrong. So now we can do using, and we can do it like this. Memory. If we do it in a using block, it auto disposes it, whereas if you don't, it remains in memory, which can be problematic, because if you leave something in memory when you're using encryption, then it leaves a potential for that memory object to be hijacked in memory, and then it can expose your encryption key. So we'll go memory stream, stream equals new memory stream, and then we can also do in there, we will do another using block, and that will be for the crypto stream. So crypto stream just now crypto stream, and then what we want to do is we want to pass the memory stream into there. Then we will go xaes.create encryptor, and then crypto stream mode dot write. And then what we can do in here is we can go crypt stream dot write, and we can go data 0 and data dot length. And then we flush the crypt stream from memory, and then we can return the memory stream back to the array, and that will auto dispose of it itself. So when it finishes running that block, it will then close out and it will auto dispose, and then it will return back to the memory stream, and then that one too would auto dispose, and it clears it automatically from memory. And we will do the same for the decryption protocol as well. So public static byte decrypt bytes, same thing as well, byte data out base IV64. Okay, so obviously it's already learning, and we'll do the same thing. Copy this, and then xaes key goes encryption key, and then we'll do xaes dot generate, sorry, dot iv equals convert from base 64 string iv base 64. There we go. Yeah, because we don't need the out, because we're not putting anything out, we're putting stuff in. Okay. So, and the next thing what we want to do is we want to use the same try catch block, so we'll copy that, save time. Oops. So that goes inside there. Okay, so this one will be create decryptor. Right, so memory stream, using memory stream, and then using crypto stream. Argument 2 cannot convert from method group. Oh yeah. There we go. Alright, and change this, decrypt. There we go. And that completes that function. And that completes the you can actually delete that. We don't need that. So that completes the crypto service. So what we've just done here is we've created the decrypt bytes function, decrypt file, encrypt bytes function, encrypt file function. We've created the encryption dev key. We've created a function to get the encryption key. We've created a hard-coded dev key, a master key, set master password, and use master password. Using SHA-512 encryption with AES and SOL. Pretty simple. Right. So what this gives is it gives us a dev mode by default, which means we can just build and run it without any prompts. And when we're using production mode, it'll prompt the user at the start up for the passphrase, and from that passphrase it will check to see if that passphrase matches up with the encryption database. And the encryption database will always be local, especially for this moment. Right, so let's run the build. Okay, we have an error. Where? Ah, there. So, right. Okay, so now we can build out. Build succeeded. Right, so that's the crypto service built. That works. Okay. Now we want to build the attachment service. Okay. Right, so now we're going to move on to the attachment service. Let me check the... Oh yeah, I also need to check... Yeah, okay. Right. So, we want to make this a public static class, which means it can be called from all areas of the software. So what we want to do, see this, so we want to be able to store files in the attachments folder. And if we open the folder in Explorer, you should be able to see, yeah, we got all of them. So bin, debug, nay, Windows. Right, so so let's get to work on the attachments. So now what we need to do is using system.data.sql. Oh dear. SQL Lite. So that should be SQLite, but right. Install package. That's interesting. So I need project tools, NuGet package manager console, and oh, oopsie daisies. That was weird. That's what I install. Oh. What do you mean? Could not find the package. Let's just comment that out. What the hell happened there? Oh, that's for net framework 4.7. Right, there we go. What? What do you mean? You cannot find any project in repos.ksnet. It's bloody there. Open file and Explorer. It's bloody there. It's there. How can you say it's not there when it's there? Right, alright, we'll have to do it another way. Right, so NuGet package manager, manage NuGets. Right, so browse. There we go, it's right there. So, something wrong with the package manager console, that's fine. Yeah, we'll install the latest stable. See? See? installed. Great. That's what we wanted. Right, so now we can go back to the package manager. Right. So we go add reference. Dependencies, packages. Yep. So it's using Microsoft.data.SQLite. Right, so they changed the naming convention on it. Right, okay. There we go. Okay. So we're using system.io and using casenet.services and then using casenet.models. Right. So, now we've done that, we can click package manager screen. I can minimize that now. Let's get back into the code. Okay, so let's create a private constant string. And we'll call this the attachment folder. Well, attachment. Call it attach directory equals attachments. Okay, ensure folder exists on first use. So static attachment service. Oops. If directory exists attached there, then the directory create directory. So if the directory doesn't exist, then return true. Why is that? Alright, I might have made a typo. That's fine. Typo. Yeah. Oh. Okay, so next what we want to do is I want to put that in a try-catch block. Okay, so if it fails to create directory, throw in an exception with the exception handler. Right. So now we want to add attachments. So this will allow us to select a file, add it, encrypt it, and store it. So this can be useful for statements, documents, exhibits, blah blah blah. So public static void. It also creates a database entry as well for the file and gives it a linked encryption reference. So, well, public static void add attachment. And then what we'll do is go int case ID string input file path. Okay. Eh? Oh. That's why. Something was there. And that goes there. Oh, my wrist. Oh, did you hear that crack then? God. Jeez. If my wrist is getting this bad, right, it's gonna fuck me up for driving. I'm gonna need one of them bloody things for my wrist to hold my wrist in place. I think my cartilage is fucked. My cartilage is fucked. Jeez. I have to have fucking surgery or something on my wrist. Right, so string original. Oops. Path get file name. Input file path. GUID dot new GUID to string and plus dot bin. We call it ink bin. Well, we'll call it bin for now. Or, it could be smart, call them cabs, cabinet files. No, we'll give it a bin for now. I'll obviously change the file name later on. Right, so next string is the output encrypted file name. Equals path dot combine attachment folder and stored file name. Right, so now we encrypt the file via the encryption service. So that'll be crypto service dot encrypt file, which is the file that the encryption protocol that we just made in the crypto service. And then what we'll do there is we'll pass the input file path, output encrypted file name, and out string IV base 64. And what we'll do is we'll put that in a try catch block as well. So try catch exception, encryption exception, and then we'll do throw new exception, and that'll be, give it a string error, failed to encrypt file, check encryption method, and then we add the encryption execute exception with the message of the error. That gives us robust error handling, so then we can, when we go to debug, we can then test to see what errors are occurring, if any. So next is we want to create the database query, so string enq equals, so what we'll do is we'll do that, and then we go insert into attachments, that'll be case ID, original file name, stored file name, encryption IV, date added, and we also want user name, so because we want to be able to know who is adding stuff when, and we will actually go one further, we'll go time added, right, and then values will be case ID, original name, stored name, IV, date, time, and user. Close that, save that, right. Then next we'll do a try catch block here. So database exception, oops. Throw new exception. database error. Fail to add data to database. And it will give us the precise error. Right, so now, here we go. So, what we want to do again is we'll do a similar thing as what we did in the crypto service, because we're using the use function. So when we do stuff like this, we don't want to retain the data in the memory, because we want it to auto flush from memory. So we want it to auto dispose after it's finishing doing it, because again, when using stuff like this and data, you want to be able to purge that data from the memory. You want to use the memory only temporarily to store, to use the memory functions, and then get rid. So using, and then we'll do var db connection equals db service dot get. Oh well. Oh shit. So okay, and then we should be able to do db. We're missing. Right, so where's the db.connection function? Where's it gone? Not good. Right. Okay, so we'll just write everything in commented code just for now, because that's interesting. So they've changed it to SQLite connection. Okay, so I need to create a database function. That's fine. Okay, so in DB service, that's why. That is why I can't use DB service yet, because I have not
populated the code. That's fine. We can deal with that. That's not a problem. So, just pausing on the add attachment code. Well, what I'll do is I'll just leave it like that for now. I'll just finish off writing the rest of the code for this. So, get attachments for case. So, public static list. And that'll be attachment record. Get attachments. And that'll be int case ID. So then we can get the attachments for the case by the identification number. Okay. That's that one. Okay, yep, that one's right. Right, okay. So. There we go. Okay, so. var list equals new list. Attachment record, string q, that'll be select all from attachments where case ID is equal to case ID, and then we'll do this using var con equals db service dot get connection. Right, using var cmd equals new sqlite command query con, and then cmd parameters add with value, case ID. So if we do this all in commented, means that we can just uncomment it once we've done the db service file. Execute reader, and then read. do. Fucking wrist. So we'll do this. While.r.read equals list dot add new attachment record. There we go. Okay, so and that'd be ID equals convert to int 32 or square brackets case ID original file name stored file name encryption IV date added time added user added. Okay. And what we can do here is so case ID will be a convert to int 32 string or what we can do there is we can actually just copy that. Remove that one. And that's that. Okay, so that'll be ID, case ID, original file name, stored file name, encryption IV, date added, time added, user added. After that, we close that while loop and then return list. That's fine, that'll be like that for now. We'll deal with that after. Okay, so export via decrypt to real file. So public static void export attachment and attachment ID string output path ID file get attachment by ID attachment ID f att is equal to null. Exception. Right, string file path equals path combine attach the OTT stored file name crypto service dot decrypt file encrypted file path output path att dot encryption IB. Alright. Private static attachment record get attachment by ID int ID. Right. Again. Connection as involves CMD equals new SQ command So I'm doing all these commented out just until I've created the DB service.
Where's all my hot chocolate gone? I need some more. Right. Okay. Now for the last function. That'll be where? I'll need to add the same thing as I put over here, so we'll copy these. And we'll pop them in there. Because that'll be the same. Case ID, original file name, encryption ID, date added. Is that added? And then that goes like that. Okay. We want to be able to delete attachments, DB entry, and encrypted file. So public static void delete attachment int attachment ID. Let's save that. Same thing for ATT equals get attachment by ID. Attachment ID. If ATT is null, then we want to return string path equals path combine attached directory and then att dot stored file name. Obviously those haven't been created yet, so they will show up as red. If file dot exists encrypted path, I'll do file dot delete encrypted path, and then we'll do some commented out sections here, and that'll be using var on DB service get connection. Using CMD equals new SQLite command. Delete from attachments where ID equals ID. CMD parameters, add with values, add with value, attachment ID, ID, CMD execute non-query. So that should be everything for that. Oh. I need to go to the toilet, so I'll be back in a minute. Oh, right. Oh, I need to make a broom. Okay, I'm back. So, I just need to make a cup of tea. I think that does cover everything in this file. I just need to create the DB service now. Oh yeah. So models attachment record. Let's make that now. I'll do the attachment record first. Then I can finalize the database service. Excuse me. Okay, right. Because once we've built the back end, then we get to do the fun part, which is building the user interface. Just make my hazelnut tea. Started mixing in chocolate hazelnut sauce into my cup of tea. That you know, that sauce that you put on ice cream tastes really nice. Diabetes central, but you know. Oh my gosh, that tastes amazing. Chocolate flavour hazelnut tea. That is beautiful. Right, so let's create the attachment record. So public class. So public int ID. So that's for the ID. Public int case ID. Get set. Public int. Oh, this one's a string now. So this will be original file name. Then the next one is public string stored file name. And the next one is the encryption IV. The next one is public string date. Date added. And public string time added. And then public string user added. Okay. So as you can see, it's already got references, so it tells you what's calling and requesting that information. So now we can save that. I can now go back to the attachment service
and let's see. Just double check everything. Get attachment by ID. Ah, yeah, because it won't return a value just yet. But what we can do is now we go to the database service, because we want to build the database service using Microsoft Data SQLite, which is an ADO.NET provider for SQLite itself. I did try to find the original SQLite, but their website seems to have some problems with the actual downloads, so and if you're enjoying the stream, please leave a like and leave a comment as well. It's greatly appreciated and it helps the YouTube algorithm. Don't forget, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask in the chat. So, using system.io and we need to add the namespace references, so Microsoft.data.SQLite. Okay, so case manager, CaseNet services, and this will be public static class DB service, because we need this so we can actually create, the connections and stuff. So first we create a private constant string that's persistent, so database file. Database file is what we created here, which is caselibrary.db equals case library.db. Okay, public static SQLite connection equals get connection, and we return a new SQLite connection shebang data source equals curly parentheses database file, and that uses the database file. Okay, so we also need the initialization logic for the database, so we call this once on the application startup to initialize the database. It's basically like it's switch, so it's like a light switch. You open the door, you turn the light on. Same with the application. You start the application, it flips on the switches. So we can either define that in either program CS or main form load. sometimes it's better to initialize that in the program CS as compared to the form load, because the form load is purely for, really, it's for user interface stuff. See, I'm hoping I can code this within 4 hours. Like, that's my little project. If we can build the whole application within a couple of hours. Okay, so public static void initialize a database. Alright, if file dot exists, database file, and well, if the file doesn't exist, which is what the exclamation mark means, if file doesn't exist, then we create the file, database file, and then we dispose it. Sometimes it's better to do it asynchronous, because then it does it on a background thread. But we're just doing all this just for testing purposes. Okay, so then we go using var. So instead of doing that, what we'll do is we'll create some auto disposing logic, and we will do that. Instead of doing using var con equals get connection and then connection dot open, which keeps the connection open, we want to automatically close that connection by doing everything inside of its own disposal logic. So we'll do using curly parentheses var, var db connection equals get connection, and then we do everything inside of the parentheses. So we can do db connection open, then we create the case table. So again, we'll do a using statement. Well, we don't actually have to do that, but for now we'll just do a basic one. So SQ table, so SQ cases equals, I'll do that, and I'll put that down, oops. And we'll go, right, so we can do create table if not exists cases, and then in there we'll do open and close parentheses. So we want an ID, which is an integer, it's the primary key, and it auto, oops, that's supposed to be in capitals, integer, primary key, auto increment, next is case number. I'll put them all in there. Client name, created date, assigned to, status, notes, jurisdiction, very important. So for our cases table, to determine how many, to list what details we've got for cases. So we need case number, client name, created date, assigned to, status of the case, notes, jurisdiction, court type, so for example civil, no, well, mags, yeah, court type, so magistrates, county, chancery, high court, yep. We want division, and case type. So case type could be private prosecution, police prosecution, etc., etc. Okay. So that'd be a text, not null, and that is unique. One is text, not null. Text, not null. Actually, we need created time. Text, not null. Assigned to, text, not null. Status. Could be a text. Text. Notes, text, jurisdiction, text, court type, text, division, text, case type, text. Okay. So that creates the case table, and this can be used for other things as well, not just what I'm building. Oh, my bloody back! Oh. I need a new chair. I need a new chair. It's not fair. This one's fucked. It's bent. I've literally bent it like me back. I need another cushion. Get that behind there like that. Let's get another cushion. This bloody chair is fucked. It's creaking that much, it's bending and everything. I might have to switch it over for the other seat. The amount of these desk chairs that I've fucking broke. It's unbelievable. So that's for that one. And that was weird. And the beauty about using the using parentheses block is it's a lot more cleaner, because then when we're using variables we don't have to change the name of the variable. We can just use the same thing because it's within its own block and it gets auto disposed. It won't interfere with others. So we can do the same one using var db connection equals get connection. Boom, just like that. Oh, right. We need to do using var execute command equals new SQ like command, and that'll be SQ cases DB connection. Boom, just like that. And then we do execute command dot execute non-query. Boom, just like that. And what we can do here is we can put it in a try catch block. We can go catch exception, and we can do throw new exception failed to create tables, see error, and then we can go add EXO1 dot message. Boom. Just like that. Done. Boom. Just like that. And then we can do the same for the next connection, for the next to create the table, the second table, which is the attachments table. So we do db connection dot open, create the attachments table. We do, and what we'll do is we'll just copy this to save time, and we'll call it SQ attachments, right? And then it's virtually the same thing, so we'll just ID integer, case ID, So change this one to case ID. Delete them. Take that. Right. Can change that to original file name. Text not null. Stored file name. Text not null. Encryption. IV. Text not null. Date. Oops. Date added. Text not null. Time added. Text not null. And then we want the user added. Text not null. And then finally foreign key is case ID and references cases with the ID. Okay, now next we want to do the same thing here. Copy this, throw that in there, and instead of SQ cases, it's SQ attachments. Failed to create tables, I'll see error, boom, and that creates the attachment, sorry, the database service code needed to initialize the database and create the database. So what it does is it creates the table if it doesn't exist, but if it does exist, it ignores it and carries on to opening up. So now I need to go back to the attachment service and let's go in. Okay, let me just copy that. I think I might have some issues here. Let me just double check. So So there's a comma missing there. Oh, and that should be attachments. Because otherwise that'll overwrite the case table. Yeah, we don't want that. Case ID should be... Okay, so that, I need to take that away. Case ID should be integer. Okay, so that's good. Now I need to go back to the attachment service. And so, now we're back here in the attachment service. Excuse me. Oh, I see how it's already added in some extra references. Okay. Right. So let's check everything here. So, case I into attachments, original file, case ID, file name, store file name, encryption IV, date ID, time ID, username. Right. So now we should be able to now run the DB service. So let's go using DB service, DB equals new DB service, and then we can go DB. No, okay. Why is that then? Oh, no, moron. You do that. Cannot declare a variable of a static type. Ah, right, so. Right, fair enough. Because we're doing it the wrong way. So, using var DB connection equals DB service dot get connection. There we go. Right, and we go like that, and then we will open it up. Right, so then we do try. No, oh, it's already in a try catch block, so it's fine. Okay, so we can. So now we can use the DB service that we've just made to insert the attachments. So to add the attachments, what we want to do now is we want to go using DB execute equals new SQLite SQLite command, and that'll be DB connection. Sorry, nope. That'll be DB add file. So DB add file, and then DB connection. Okay. And then we want to do DB missing that. Yep, there we go. Dot parameters dot add with value. There we go. And we can just do that for now. What I'll do is so we'll just copy these for each parameter that we need to add. So database executable execute dot parameters dot add with value. So first one will be the case ID, then original file name, stored file name, IV, date, time, and a user. Okay. So we're getting there. We are getting there. We are getting there. Right, so let's get the shebangs in. Okay, so case ID. Orange name. Stored name. IV. Date. Time. User. And then this will be case ID. Original name. Stored file name. IV base 64. That does not appear to be defined. Ah, that's why. but we can update the add attachment thingy at the top to fix that. So date will be date time now toString, and that'll be dd month 5-digit year. What? Weird, but okay. Okay. And date time dot now dot toString, and that'll be hour minute and second. So that will give us the hour, minutes and seconds, and user will be user added. Okay, so obviously those IV base 64 and user added are not going to show up just yet. That'll be later on. Check the attachment record. User added, time added, date added, encryption IV, stored file name, original file name, case ID and IV. I think it's that. I'm not mistaken. Right, so now we need to create a new attachment record. I'm just gonna copy and paste this one in. Oh. Gosh. Right, let me just check something. Right, so So check this. So that's missing string user added. That covers that. And then string IV base 64. There we go. Right, yeah, so we've moved the string out there. Just put it as an out file. Okay, so that covers all that. Great. Okay. So now what we want to do is we want to do the same thing for here. So where it's got use in, so we want to do the same thing, make it more robust. So using var db connection equals db service dot get connection. Right, and then in there we want to do using var db exec equals new sql command, and that'll be db query and db connection. Right, and then we go db exec dot parameters dot add with value. Let's put some curly braces. That'd be case ID. CID. Alright, and then inside that we want to do another using statement. So then using var r equals db execute reader while r.read so while it's reading it we want to do list dot add dot new attachment record and then what we can do is we can copy these from here, put them in there, and we go and comment them, And then we go like that. It should be right. Like that. There we go. And should be able to delete them. And then I think return list goes there. Cause get rid of that. Oops. Possible null reference. Right, okay, so I know I've got an error. I know I've wrote this one wrong. So let's get this right. List attachment record. String, so the SQL string is correct, where case ID is was that. And get connection. Then we need to open the connection. That would help. Yeah, can't do nothing if you don't open the connection. Okay. Let's get a command. Parameters. Okay. So using R for execute reader, and while it's reading, list.add new attachment record. There we go. So that's how it should be. Then we get rid of that. That's that. That's that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. There we go. so that's that one. Okay. Okay, so we'll get rid of all this. Actually, no. What we'll do is we'll go underneath. And we'll go... ID equals ID. Then we'll go using DB connection equals new SQ. Right. Command equals dbq and wait, before we do that, because that should be db exec. Right, so we'll do using var db connection equals new SQLite connection dbq. There's new db service dot get connection. I think we're a good 60% through. Okay, so equals DB connection. There we go. Right. Now what we're going to do is db exec dot add parameters dot add with value okay, then using equals db exec dot execute reader dot read return null, and then return new attachment record. And then we add the same things that we added in before. And that's that. And then we can delete all that. There we go. That's the attachment record helper done. And where's the delete attachment? Okay. So first we got to look up the attachment record. Build path to encrypted file. Remove encrypted file if it exists. And then we remove the record from the database. So constant string query. So what we can do is we can just grab this, put that there. Do that. And then DB connection equals DB service dot get connection. So do DB connection open, and then using for DB exec equals new SQL command. DBQ and DB connection. And then we do DB exec dot parameters dot add with value. ID attachment ID, and then DB exec dot execute non-query. Boom. So now we can delete that. That's good. No issues found, no errors. Let's run a build. So that'll just build the case record. So with non-nullable property. Let's have a look at this. We can fix them later. Okay, so if I look at this, an attachment record, okay. So what we can do is we can just go, oops. There we go, rebuild. Okay, so in attachment service, CS, right, bit of warnings. So let's do that. Well, right. So they seem to be the only issues. Okay. So, in delete attachment. So var att get attachment by ID. Yeah, that's right. If att equals null, we have it to return, so that's fine. So what we can do here is we can just do the same thing if ank path equal to null, then return. No?
So that's stored is null. There we go. Right. So we'll do the same for the null reference arguments up here. So what we can do is we can actually take that, do that. Put the null reference check up here as well. So pop that there. And then there we go. Boom, no errors, no warnings. Oh. Right, so we've done the attachment record, case record, crypto service, attachment service, DB service. We've not made the export service yet because that'll be last. Right, so okay. I'm back in a minute. I need toilet. I'm back. Right, so it's time to work on the export service.
See, we can close that one now. Can close attachment record, DB service, crypto service. Can close that. Can close that. I still have to do case record, but we have done pretty well because we've created quite a lot of classes and functions. So it's very modular. It's just the way I like things. It's like jigsaws. Okay. So what we've got left to do is case record and export service, and then just to design the Windows forms. So we've pretty much got to about 80% now. Okay, so I need to find my CS project. Right, okay. So we need to be able to use the zip function so we can like package bundles and files ready to go, which I think would be a very useful thing when it comes to bundles and stuff and preparing stuff straight. You know, click a button, boom, yeah, bundle's ready. Which could be life-saving if you consider the amount of time it takes to prepare stuff. Right, so right, so first we need to add some zip support. So we'll go create a new item group here. Item group, oops. Right, so package reference. Whoopsie daisies. No, it goes like that. Right, so package reference. Include system.io.compression version 8.0.0. Package reference include system.io.compression.zip file version 8.0.0. I don't know if that's the right version, but we'll see. We'll find out. Let's run a build. Okay. Unable to find a package system.io compression.
Nearest version 4.30. Okay, so 4.3.0, so run the build. There we go. Right. So we've included the package reference for system for zip file features. Right. So now we can go back to case record. We can close that case TV. Right, we'll go back to the export service. Right. We'll create case service dot case, get case by ID, case ID later. So we're getting close. We're almost done. We're almost done. This took us 3 hours and 16 minutes, which I'm doing well for time. Okay, so we need to use system.io and using system.io compression, then using casenet.models, and then using casenet.services, and then using system.text. That's already up there, so we don't need to include that. Right. So public static class export service. And here we want to be able to export the case to a zip file. So public static void export case to zip, and we need the case ID number, and we need a string for the destination path. So first we need to retrieve the case data, so using var case record equals case service right, we need to create case record first before we do the export service. Okay, so before we do that, we will create the case record service, because that'll be important. Okay, so this is a public class, and in the case record we need to do the things for the other record, like we did for the attachment record. So public int ID get set, public string case number, public string client name, public string
created date, public string created time, assigned to string status notes Yep. Okay. Right, so that covers the case record. Okay. So now we need to make the case service system. Right, so I need to add new item, case service. So public static class, case service. Create case, static void, add case, case record, case record, new case record. I'm really typing really fast. I think I'm doing a couple of 100 words per minute now. We're doing well, we're doing well. So we'll create the SQL. So constant string dbq. Nope. And that is an at. So we'll do that. Right. So that'll be insert into cases. Then we go case number, client name, created date, created time, assigned to status, notes, jurisdiction, court type, division, case type, and then the values are case number, client name, created date, created time, assigned to, status, notes, jurisdiction, court type, division, case type, okay, so that's a database query, okay. Save. Now we want to using connection equals db service dot get connection, and then we do db connection dot open, then using var db exec equals new sqlite command dbq and db connection, okay. Then we do db exec dot parameters dot add value, and we do that, and close that, and we do that, and we do new case record, case number, like that, and then what we'll do is we'll just copy and paste them and then just change the words. So we got case number, client name, created date, created time, assigned to, status, notes, jurisdiction, court type, division, case type. Right, and then we do client name, so what we can do is we can just do that, create time, oops, assigned to, oops, status, notes, jurisdiction, court type, division, and case type there. Then we go case number, copy that client name, create date, create time, assigned to, status, fuck's sake, why did it do that? Status, notes, jurisdiction, court type, division, Boom. Right, so that's the case service. That's that part. That's add case. Okay. What's that? What's that? What's that? What's that? Get case by ID. Store cases. Update case. And delete case. See, because I passed it the code and I asked it just to generate me the additional bits that I need. See, I don't like the way it does it like this, but because it does it in a way that's not like the way I'm doing it with the using statements. That's the problem. Because that's more like generalized code, and I don't like generalized code. So that'd be DB connection. That's the, oops. Okay. Because I like to create a separate string and put everything into a string instead of doing the string in line. See, AI is good at some parts, but it's not good with remembering how you want things to be coded. It's a pain in the ass when it comes to that. Give me a sec. Okay, so 3.5 hours. We're almost at the end. So what I'm going to do here is we will copy that, put that there. And then we go using take that from there, put that there. We'll delete that. And we'll put dbq there. And then db connect. Why is it doing that? And then we do take that, put that there, get rid of that. Now we take, oh, something wrong with my mouse. Take all that, and put all that in there. And then okay, there we go. And we want to do the same for the others. So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to delete these. Well, I'm not going to delete them, but I'm going to see, I can keep them. It's just this bit. It's just this bit I don't like. So what I can do is I can pop them in there. Alright. And then we'll do another there, and then another there. Right, this is coding backwards. Actually, just get rid of them. Get rid of them, get rid of them. So via this new case record, that's fine. So then we'll do using var db connection equals db service dot get connection. And that goes in there. Can get rid of that. Put that there. Then we do using var dbexec equals new sqli command, and there. We also want to create constant dbq. Take that from there, put that in there, and then that's dbq db connection. That's using var equals execute reader. Then we can get rid of that. Then we take this, put that in there, bam, done. Restore case is done. update case, so that'll be existing. My mouse seems to be moving on its own and it's not even being touched. Look at that. My mouse has got drift. I'm not even touching my mouse. That's quite bizarre, that. Because I installed an extra blue and a blue LED inside, so it's mixing the blue and the green together, and I think it's having an unintended effect in the Razer mouse. I think I might have to remove that blue fucking LED that I've got in there. Because I thought changing that colour would make the inside of it light up blue. But the green seems to be taking the maximum. Anyway, talking about something else there. Right, so let's change that existing case record. So again, need to do the same over here. So I want to do all that inside of the thing. So I'll change that to dbq. So now we can go using db connection. Okay, get rid of that. Get rid of that. That'll be db connection.open. Okay. And using var db exec equals new SQLite command. That'll be dbq and db connection. See, the reason I like it the same way is the IntelliSense picks up on it, and then it just codes it the right way. Okay. So now that we've done that, what we do is we take all this, put this in there, copy that, and then we just change CMD to there we go. We can get rid of that. Boom. Sorted. That's update case, case record, existing case record. Right. Finally. I think that covers it all, doesn't it? I think this is the last part to do in the code, because we've done attachment record, case record, attachment services, case service, which is what we're just finishing off now, the crypto service, the DB service, but we still need to do the export service. Right. So, let's do the final part of this one. So, using var DB connection, we'll just take that from there. Delete them. Right, DB connection is open, and then using var DB exec equals new SQ line command. And we'll do another one. That'll be DBQ and DB connection. Alright. And then we do DB exec dot parameters dot add with value. And that'll be case ID. That'll be ID. And then DB exec dot execute non-query. So first we remove the attachments linked to the case first. Alright, and then we do another one of these to remove the case. So we can delete that one. So we take this, we put that there. It's quite as simple as just changing the command and that's it. We can get rid of this. Boom. And we can build again. Oh dear. We have some errors. I might have misplaced something. Because case rec. Right. So, let's just delete that. Right, there we go. Okay. So, right, so we've built the attachment record, case record system, attachment service, case service system, crypto service, DB service. Now we're just left with creating the export service. Okay. Okay, so what the export case service will do is it'll collect the case record via case service, it'll collect the attachments via attachment service, we create a temporary folder, we write a readable case summary file, and then we decrypt and copy the attachments, compress the directory into a court ready zip archive, and then we do all the cleanup after the export. Okay, so we've got everything included at the top here. Right. Great. Okay. So. I fucking hope this works. I really hope this works. I mean, it's looking like it will work. Right, so. First we need to make the export to zip function. Okay, so let's comment it. Export a complete case and its attachments to a zip archive. Right, so let's get rid of this. Right, so we're coding from scratch now. Right, so we need variable case record equals. So when we're using a variable, we always want to do a using statement. So we want to always put everything in a using. I love that using, because then it auto disposes. It gets rid of it from the memory as well. So var case record equals case service dot get case by ID case ID. Boom. Oh. Case record type used and the using statement must implement system I disposable. Ah, right, okay. Okay. So I don't think we can use the, right, so we'll just do it like this. Case record equals case service dot get case by ID. There we go. Right, so that one works. Right, alright. If case record is equal to null, then throw new exception. What? Why is my copy and paste not working? That's weird. Okay. Attachment is equal to attachment service dot get attachments case ID. That should be lowercase, that D. So then we correct that over here. Case ID. Right. Create a temporary export directory. So string temp equals path dot combine, which is should we do that? Path dot get temp path. And then case export. Case ID, GUID, new GUID, Okay. Directory. Create directory. Temp directory. Right. Okay. So now it's time to create a try catch block. Catch exception. Filex. Throw new exception. Error. Filex.message. Okay, right, so step one, write a readable case summary. So string summary path equals path.combine tempter case info.txt. File write all text summary path generate. Generate case summary. Case record. Right. Obviously, to do that, I need to create a helper. So private static string generate case summary case record exported case record. Right. Okay. So using var case string builder equals new string builder See, they changed that. So in old net, in net 4, you could just do using var string builder equals new string builder. Now you can't. You have to implement you have to do an explicit typecast. But that doesn't work because it's still not implementing iDisposable. Again, it's still not, it doesn't implement iDisposable. just generates further errors. Yeah. Okay, so I can't use this. You scruffy bastards. They actually broke an essential part of fucking coding. Fucking Microsoft, the pricks. Okay. So you know what? Just for simplicity, I'll just call it SB. And then we can just copy all that. And then what we'll do is we'll okay. Now that is new. I like that. That is interesting. I like that function. I like that ability. So if you change something and you rename the variable, you can just tab all the way down to update the variable name. That's wicked. In that aspect, that's a good change to the IDE. That's fucking brilliant, that. And then we can just go return case date builder to string. Boom, save. Right. So that should. Right. So that's that. That's the generate case summary record thing done. Right. So now I can go back up here to the just filling out the rest of the functions now. Right. So if we remember rightly, when we add stuff into the database system, it's going to be encrypted. So before we can export it to a zip, we need to decrypt the encrypted legal material. So okay. So for each var variable attachment, we'll call it ATT, in attachments,
if we want to do some null checks now. So if att.stored file name is null, or att.encryption IV is null, continue, then string enc file path equals path.combine attachments, and then att.stored file name, then string export file name equals att.original file name, question marks, and then shebang, attachment, and then .id, attachment.id. Well, go and pick smoker. And then string output file equals path.combine temp directory export file name, and we do another try catch block. With a catch exception. I'd suggest scroll to the start of the stream, and I introduce what I'm making. I've been doing this for the last 4 hours. So basically, I'm creating a encrypted legal case management software in C#. But I figured I'm going to need some case management software in order to deal with the cases I'm going to be having. So, you know, if you don't prepare, you prepare to fail. So, never a truer saying, ironically, considering who said it. So, I've created a complete whole case management systems, and that uses its own internal database to store documents, attachments, etc. Encrypts them, so once you add them into the database, they're encrypted. And if you try and take the files out without running them through the system, you can't open them, you can't view them, you can't look at them, and you won't be able to decrypt them without the security system embedded in the case management software. And also, I'm just in the middle of building the export function that decrypts the files so you can export them ready for court. So it'll take all your attachments and everything, or your documents, or your evidence statements, whatever, and it'll bundle them all together in a nice zip file that you can just put on a flash drive and take to court. Efficiency.
That's the idea anyway. I'm hoping it works. Whether or not it will, well, I'm going to learn that at the end. But that's the fun. That's the fun bit about it. So I've created my own crypto service, cryptography service. So if we look here, so obviously I'm using a dev key. So I've not got an encryption key in there or a salt per se just yet, but I'll be designing that offline so people don't see how the encryption will be made, if you catch my drift. I'm just teaching and showing how you can make your own encryption software as well at the same time, because I think people need to learn about encryption, especially considering the government's intentions for digital ID. So anyway, back to my code. So crypto service dot decrypt file, encrypted file path, output file, and att dot encryption IB. And in the exception, log or note any failed decryption attempts. Security awareness. So file dot append. Oops. File dot append all lines. No, wrong one. Append all text. Summary path. And close that off. So how I want this to look is do shebang, new line, warning. Failed to decrypt. There we go. Export file name. And then throw in the file exception message. That covers that. Right. Okay. So that's the decryption. And now step 3. Zip all documents together into. Okay, so if file dot exists destination path and file dot delete destination path. Okay. Then zip file dot create from directory, temp dir, destination path, blah, 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 path, compression level dot optimal. So we want to optimize it, and then include base directory false, because we don't want to include the base directory, which is the actual application files. And then we end that line. Okay. Error. Export operation failed. And then we do finally. Do try catch block. Okay, so we want to do try directory dot delete temp directory true, and that should cover everything. Yep, the CaseNet DLL has compiled for Net 8.0 Windows. Right, so if we start up the application, okay, application starts. Obviously there's no user interface yet, but we just wanted to see that everything compiled. So what we've got, just for a rundown, we have created an export service where we can export the case to a zip file, generate a case summary. The database service, which gets the connection and initializes the database. We have the encryption methods, where we can use a master password or an encryption key. We have the case service system, where we can add cases by case records, case IDs, get all cases, update cases, and delete cases. We have the attachment service, where we can add attachments into cases with its own separate database listing system. For case records, this just is for collecting the variables and stuff like that. Same for the attachment record system. So that covers all the models and the services. So that's the hard part done, quite literally. Right, so I need to see if I need to do anything to the program.cs. Okay, so in here, before the user interface starts, we need to ensure the database is created before UI runs. So what we're going to do here is do db service.initialize database. Build. Great. Okay, so let's run a test. No errors. It does appear to be that the database has initialized. Great. It's not crashed. Fantastic. Okay. So now here's the fun part. And now we get to design the user interface. So, since we have these three forms, we have an attachment manager form, case editor form, and a main form. So, So thinking about the user interface for the main form, I want to be able to maybe use CSS styling sheets as a way to style the actual form design. Because if we could use CSS styling sheets, then we could literally just edit the CSS file, and that changes maybe the look and feel of the application. That's interesting. Right, it's took me 4.5 hours just to build the back-end system. That's not bad. I'm pretty chuffed with that. And I feel, yeah, I feel good, man. I feel good about it. Okay, so, and this is some serious long-form content, 4.5 hours, you know. Then what I'm going to do is, I think I should edit the live stream afterwards and bring it down to short form. So maybe like, I don't know, to see how quick I can shrink it down in size. But, right, so I'm thinking, Okay. So if we're going to do CSS styling for WinForms, I need to do it the right way. Because WinForms doesn't support CSS natively, but I'm thinking we could possibly simulate it by defining an INI theme, loading it at startup, and then apply colors, fonts, and corner radius button hover programmatically. So this would give us like a skinnable user interface without having to rewrite the forms. Okay, it's an idea. Okay, so let's add. Whoops, wrong one. Right, so let me close export service, case record, case service, crypto. We can close that. Attachment service. We can close that as well. Right, so add new file. Theme.ini. We want to copy if new. We'll build that. Right, let's open in File Explorer. Bin debug. Yep. So theme ini comes in there. So there's the database file. Already it's populated with 20 kilobytes of data, which is good. We've got our CaseNet DLL, CaseNet exe, our data SQLite, and all the required DLL application extensions. And apparently it's brought in all them runtimes. Why is it? We don't need all them bloody runtimes. Well, I need Win64. Let's check something. Because the packages. They've really changed how applications are made. I don't like that. Right, so let's just whack that in there. That'll do for the theme, just for the basic stuff. Right, so we can close that one. Oh, my button's getting stuck. We can close the attachment form and the case editor form. We'll just have the main form. Right, so we need to make a theme loader class. Right. Okay, so we put that in the services. So add new item, theme service, because you know we need to be able to theme it. So public static class theme service. Okay, and we'll just fucking copy and paste this. Let's speed it up. Excuse me. Excuse me. Copy that. I'm whacking it in there. Alright, there we go.
So build that. Fantastic. Right. Then what we want to do is we want to go to Program CS, and then we want to go to Load Custom, Load Application Theme via INI. Load theme, and then under here we will do themes dot apply theme main form. Then we can change run new to custom main form themed. Run that. There we go. We're now able to control. Oh, something really wrong with my mouse. I think I need to change the button. I'm going to swap the buttons over from the right to the left. But now we're able to customize the theme of this. And what I need to do as well is center screen. So now when we run it, oh, it's based on start position. There we go. All right. So now we're able to customize theme colors. So like, if I change the background color to say 676767, we rerun it, it changes the background color just like that. So it can be changed and customized, and I kind of like that color, 6767. So we can use HTML color codes to customize parts in the application, which I think is a pretty useful thing. Now it's time to go to the designer . Right. Now let's create the main form designer CS code, because I want to design it in the code, so I'm just getting the AI to write the give me the stuff down that I need. Okay, so supposing, yeah, we'll leave that as is. Oh, let's see what that looks like. Okay, so it's just created buttons and the stuff. Okay. Now, if we have a look at the main form design, there we go. It just updates it just like that. And now, because we have that theming system, that's a problem. Now, if we, oh, okay, that's a problem, but it's fine. We can fix that. We can fix that. So if we click add case, edit case, delete case, manage attachments, export case, right, those buttons don't work yet. Right, so so let's have a look at the theme. So we will have the button background and the button hover the same colors.
Okay. So there's a little problem with the UI code. Right, so we just need to correct what's going on wrong in the theme here, because obviously we need to fix that. Right, so I need to go into the theme service and look at the button thing. Right. So if C is button, now let's run it. It's still doing it. Still doing it. Right, so if we go to main form designer. There we go. Turn back to that. Right. Save that. Whoops. Build, run. So theme service. Wait, what? What do you mean bottom foreground doesn't exist? Eh? No, it's button 4 color. There we go. Fixed. Great. That's what we want. Right. Now, enable rounded rectangle corners. Oh, let's have a look. Let's see what that looks like. Well, that don't fucking work. We'll leave that for now. Right. Okay. Now, hopefully, this theme should apply for all the other windows. Right, so now I need to build the UI for the case editor form and the attachment manager form. Okay, that for the case editor. And okay. Right, so we're doing the case editor form now, so some of these. So we need all the buttons and labels and stuff. It's a lot easier just to throw the code in than to create it in the designer. The dispose is fine. Right, so we wanna create. So inside the initialize component structure, we want to add all the components. Left column and right column, and notes box. We'll whack that in there. Okay. form. This dot client size. So controls add range. So text case editor. And at the bottom, this dot resume layout equals false. Okay, so if I save that and then we open the case editor form, yes, look at that, boom, just like that. Okay, now for the attachment manager form, we'll go to the designer.cx, so CS, sorry. Alright. Components. Push that client size, we'll change the client size. Oops. Alright, so it's the client size. Okay. All right. Right, now it's time to wire up the logic for the forms. Okay, so we can close that. I can close that. Let me just run it, just to make sure. Yeah. Okay. Right. Excuse me. Close that. And close the theme service. Close the theme I. Can close the designer CSs now. Right. So now what we need to do is work on the logic for the forms. So we're on 5 hours now, so Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to click the buttons. I don't like this view. Can't we just... So where's the button? Where's the button code? Right then. Oh, fuck knows. That's weird. Okay, so case editor form does not contain a constructor that takes one argument. Attachment manager form does not contain a constructor that takes one argument. Right, I can fix that. Because then we go to the case editor form. Right. So the button event handlers now, they put them in the design code. That's weird. Yeah, that will fail. Okay. Okay, so back to the case editor form. F7. Let's add the button handlers. Right. So we go back to main form. Right. One more. Right, time to do the attachment manager form. So we need to do the logic in this one. Okay. Place that. Oh, I have a typo in my fucking attach. Oh my god. Right. That should be that. Yes. Alright, that should be right. the fuck? Why is it not copying when I'm clicking Control C? Oh, my keyboard is fucked. My mouse is fucked, my keyboard is fucked. Unless it's the control. Mother. Oh, it could be the soldering points on the fucking keyboard. I might have to take it apart. God, this fucking mouse. Oh my days. Right. Okay. Right. It's built. Does it work? Oh, nice. Nice. It works, apart from the alignment of the buttons is in the wrong place. So these should be aligned. Right. There we go. Brilliant. Fantastic. Right, so okay. So the case editor, oh my days, what that's how bad my keyboard is. It just does that. It just minimizes everything. Right, so case editor isn't showing up yet. Please select a case first, okay? Please select a case first. Manage attachments, please select a case. So add case UI's disappeared. Okay, so there's something wrong with that's right. Because the controls, the form should actually be done last. Now let's try that. There we go. So, right. Okay. Now we want to go to the keys, edit form, F7. List of form, start position equals center screen. And we will do the same with the attachment manager form. F7. Right, and let's check the attachment design as well. Yeah, okay. So controls that add range. Yeah, that's at the end. Okay. Right. Okay. Right. Let's do a test. Test client. Some random number. Jurisdiction, so that would be like county. Let's put England. So okay. Dear. Right. Now let's try it again. Okay. Okay. Oh. I tell you what. It's not working just yet, but right. So what's going on? What's going on? I think it's the attachment service. No, it can't be the attachment service. It's the case edit form. We'll ignore the theme service for now. Add case. Test. Save. So yeah, it's not updating. I need toilet again. I'll be back in a minute, guys. I've been doing this for how many hours? 5.5 hours, and it's 5 o'clock. I'm hungry. I need some food. I think this is a full day's work that I've done, so I'm just gonna leave it there for now, and I will do some more on it in a bit after I've had something to eat. But if you've enjoyed watching it, leave a like, leave a comment, subscribe.